How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome to our last show of the week. It's the Ted Coningsby channel, live here at RAF Lakenheath, home of the 48th Fighter Wing, the only wing with a number and a name designation. That's right, they are indeed the only wing with a name, the Statue of Liberty Wing. Here we go. Welcome to the show. So we got F-35s, the sound that you can hear in the background. That's the Pratt & Whitney F-135 PW100. Welcome to the one and only Ted Coningsby channel. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. My name's Nick Awesome, your cameraman, historian and commentator of the show. Right. Here we go, look at that timing then. F-35s are flown by two combat-ready fighter squadrons. The 493rd Fighter Squadron, the Grim Reapers, and the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries. So the F-35, 5th generation fighter, stealth fighter may I add, about radar cross-section of a golf ball, 4 internal hardpoint, 6 external, max speed Mach 1.6. The F-35A, and you can tell that F-35A straight away already from here. One to the right of your screen, so to the aircraft's left. It is the only variant, the A variant, with the GAU-22A full-barreled cannon. A 25mm with 180 rounds, and also the canopy doesn't look as bulky from the back as a B variant. Here we go. Surface ceiling 50,000 feet. Maiden flight 15th of December 2006. And that was the F-35A. And introduced in various forms, F-35B with the United States Marine Corps, 31st of July 2015. Then it was the F-35A that was introduced into operation 2nd of August 2016, and then the F-35C 28th of February 2019 with the US Navy. You know how it is. What up, ladies, gents, teddy bears? The 48th fighter wing established as a fighter bomb group all the way back in January 1941. After they became inactive in 45, they reactivated in 1952 in France at Chaumont as a wing. That's when they became a wing, as the fighter bomb wing 48th. The F-35A boasts the largest, most powerful single engine in a fighter at 43,000 pounds of thrust with afterburner. That is the most powerful at the moment to this date. Because of course, if you play this back in 10 years' time, it may not be. So if you tuned in, give us a like, hit the thumbs up button, come and show your support, your checklist, like you would do as a pilot. Do your pre-flight checklist, hit the like button, and of course do think about subscribing to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel for your military aviation fix. Do share, do care, hit the care button as well. Don't forget, spell S-H-A-R-E. Really nice to see your our streams and videos been shared. Hope you enjoyed another episode of Lost Airfields. Don't forget, it's another spin-off of the channel. Another subject that connects and resonates with the channel is, of course, history. And we have episodes. We run a series called The Lost Airfields, so you can check out on YouTube on our channel. Check it out. Don't forget, don't miss out to hit that notification bell button so you'll be notified of our latest and greatest videos. Speaking of latest, greatest, don't forget we've got our new range of merchandise. Check it out, tedconingsby.co.uk. Right. So a massive oi oi to everyone who's tuned in. Oi oi is a method and our way of greeting. It's the Ted Coningsby channel's lingo for a greeting. You don't say hello, well you can if you want to, but it's oi oi in the Ted Coningsby world. There you go. That's what I'm talking about, an example there. So we're just starting things off with just the two F-35As at the moment. The F-35A and the F-35 range covered in RAM, that's radar absorbing material, a special type of paint and a composite with iron particles to absorb the radio frequencies, the radar waves that impacts or tries to make contact with the airframe, and it basically burns away those radio waves. See ya. Brent Mosley, oi oi to you from 15 Wing. Henrietta, how you doing? Aspen, nice one. Davey, how you doing? AD Causa, Triple Nick, Margot Baxter, Aspen, Argan, Ian Wright, Dave Holloway, Wee Stevie Boy, how you all doing? Welcome to the show, hope you're all good. Laser Tech 02, Paris Timmins, Williams, what up? Pete Lawrenson, how's it going? Matt Wardle, how are you doing as well? Ruben, Peter Christian, Angela McCarty, how you doing? Oi oi to all of you. Kathy Shaw, how's it going as well? Oi oi from Australia. What up, Reese Maroney, how you doing? Oi oi Point Charlie Crew, Katie Weber, how you doing? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the show. So, here we go. Welcome to RAF Lakenheath, a USAF base, a USAF station. That's right, United States Air Force in Europe. Now, RAF Lakenheath is part of the 3rd Air Force, and it's got a long history which predates World War II. Their role today, a product of over 80 years legacy. It issues directives to subordinate commands and takes action on behalf of USAF and also the United States Air Forces in Africa. The HQ is actually at Ramstein Air Base in Germany, and their purpose is summed up by the 3 Ds: develop, defend, deliver. The 3rd Air Force have 10 units: the 31st Fighter Wing at Aviano, the 406th Air Expeditionary Wing, Lakenheath's 48th Fighter Wing, the 435th Air Ground Operations Wing, the 86th Airlift Wing, the 39th Air Base Wing, the 100th Air Refueling Wing at Mildenhall, 52nd Fighter Wing, the 501st Combat Support Wing, and the Heavy Airlift Wing. Right. Now you're probably thinking, well, what about the Ospreys, the 352nd and 95th? Well, the Ospreys are part of the hardcore bad boys and girls of the 352nd Special Operations Wing, so they're a completely different unit, and the regulate and the AFSOC, which is basically hardcore special forces. We'll leave it at that. And the 95th are part of the 55th Wing, the 95th Reconnaissance Wing, with their range of rivet joints and RC-135 variants, and that's why it's only the 100th Air Refueling Wing. There we go. So I hope you all got that. Tests after the show. So the weather's just changing a little bit at the moment. Amazing as the sun just disappears for a few seconds. And there it is. So of the aircraft that we, the fighter jets that we usually have on the show, the Pratt & Whitney's F-135 PW100 is probably the longest, but with the exception of the F-135 PW600. Now what I'm talking about here is 5.59 meters in length, the PW100, as opposed to the PW600 on the F-35Bs at 9.37. Oh yeah, the F-119s are 4.97. The Typhoon's Eurojet 200 are 3.98. And the Pratt & Whitney F-100 PW229s are 4.85 meters in length, and those are featured on the F-15E Strike Eagles. It is amazing. It is all that, this engine. It is pretty amazing. Now it is proper. Perez, how you doing? Chris Bloxham, how you doing? Stephen Norris, what up? So, RAF Lakenheath, as you noticed, the contrast between United States Air Force in Europe base, pronounced USAF, and it has an RAF title. The station is still owned by the Royal Air Force. The base was built in 1940, started operating in 1941. Stational base, historically, it is station. That is the historic term, although base and station are pretty much used hand in hand today. But originally, officially, it is that. Now, it was a Royal Air Force station from 1941 right up until well, we could say 1945 when it closed, but was selected to become a very heavy bomber base. The difference is this time it did actually receive the B-29s. That was the purpose of VHB bases, to receive and operate B-29s. So with that in mind, you could say it was an RAF base from 1941 to 1948. So as far as flying, 1941 to 1945 when it closed, and it closed to make extended, more suitable runways for the B-29. It reopened in 1948 as a United States Air Force, and they did receive the B-29s. Can you imagine that? Oh yeah. It was the 7504th Base Completion Unit that opened the base in November in 1948. Now that's quite a large chunk of, that's a big project to have runways extended like that. I mean, over a year is one thing usually, or just under a year, about 9 months. This took nearly 2 years. Lorenzo Lippi, how you doing? Avro Al, Ramco DeVray, Jenny B, Paul Mayers, Dieter, how you doing? RAF Lakenheath made history on the 15th of December 2021 when it arrived with the very first ever F-35A, the very first wing of USAF to operate the F-35A. Following the trend in 2022 was indeed the 493rd. But after 30 years of being inactive, it was indeed the 495th that brought the very first F-35A to Lakenheath. Now they had various nicknames on selection, such as Daggers, Ravens, Archangels, and they put a poll out to the massive, and it was Valkyries indeed. So it meant changing or giving new call signs. F-15 aircraft, the F-35A, with its powerful 43,000 pounder. So what's going on there? What did we just see? Ladies, sheds and teddy bears. That was called a quick climb, the 43,000 pounds of thrust. Now, the aircraft weighs 29,000 pounds empty. Okay, you can't fly without any fuel in it. Let's go back to the Eurofighter Typhoon just for 2 seconds, because it's a completely different takeoff, right? From the Typhoon, from brakes release to 8 seconds, you can pull up in a 50-degree, 60-degree vertical climb and just accelerate. This is the difference. This is what happens when you've got a 1-1 or excess of 1-1 thrust to weight ratio. What does that mean? Well, basically add the thrust, divide it by the weight. All right, so 29,000 pounds of thrust, and you can max it out with some fuel, so you can stick it in about 19,000 pounds of fuel, so you're taking it up to about 37. And of course, if you're going to have payload, ordnance, etc. Now, what this means, if you don't have a thrust to weight ratio 1-1 or higher, what you do, if you haven't quite got that thrust to weight ratio, what you do, you kind of defy gravity and have a bit of escape velocity, sort of. What the pilot's doing there is full afterburner, okay, and the idea is to reach around 450 miles per hour before pulling up. Now you've got speed. The Typhoon, in 8 seconds, it's only got to about 185 miles per hour, 185 miles per hour, and then it's going to accelerate to get to 450, 460, 500, 550, etc. And we've seen that many times. Now, you may have also seen the F-35 today cut out the afterburner for a little bit. This is to give the landing gear a chance to retract, because at those speeds, when you're going 400 miles per hour, because at the end of the day, the landing gear wasn't designed to be down at 400 miles per hour, so it's got to give it a chance to retract, otherwise you will damage the landing gear. And anyway, it'll be draggy as well, and all that force is going to probably damage the doors and the landing gear, etc. Once they've retracted, full afterburner back on, 400 miles per hour, 450, whatever the pilot wants to do. Pull up, boom. G's pulled about 5 to 7 G, especially on the turnout as well. Boom. But how high do they go? They go as high as they've been cleared by ATC. So you'll hear cleared to quick climb flight level 170. All you've got to do is add 2 zeros, and that will give you the flight level. So flight level 170 is 17,000 feet. Flight level 150, that's 15,000 feet. Unrestricted climbs is the same. Now you're probably thinking, hang on a minute, did he just say clear to unrestricted climb to a flight level of 170? Thought it was unrestricted. It is. It's to do with the thrust. It's to do with the climb rate. You've now got an aircraft climbing unrestricted, which means it's going at serious fast speeds. Okay, so I hope that made sense. So if the F-35 actually had 50% of fuel, it will have like a 1.06 thrust to weight ratio. So that means the F-35A could do from about 8-9 seconds, it could start climbing. Now we always go on about the departure, we always go on about the takeoff and the Typhoon accelerating with its thrust to weight ratio vertically. You've got to also understand that air shows, the Typhoon will be going 120 knots and then suddenly it can just pull up and go and accelerate. That is the difference. That's what thrust to weight ratio can do. So there we go. Now we've got a lot of F-15E Strike Eagles started up, as you can hear. So these engines are Pratt & Whitney's F-100 family. They're the PW229s. And they are 29,000 pounds of thrust, or just over 29,000 pounds of thrust each. It is a twin engine. Here we go. So before the F-15s, the 48 fighter wing, I'm going to go backwards this time. So before the F-15s, they were flying the F-111 Aardvarks. Here it is, another twin engine. Oh yeah, nice Aardvark there. They were flying the F-111 Aardvark. How you doing, Matt? You love this one, don't you? Yep, they were flying that, and that was between 1977 to 1991. And between 1972, right up to the transition to 1977, it was indeed the F-4, another twin-engine fighter. Here we go. So they were flying this for 5 years. They were ex-Vietnam ones as well that they received. So they were flying this one. And then before that, so actually saying that, the F-4 was the first twin-engine jet fighter, because I believe you could count some of the A-20 Havoc. That's twin engine, to be honest. So as a jet fighter, this was the first twin engine. There you go.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
When you hear that sound, that dinosaur sound,
Yes.
Now, is that for each engine, or is it?
Yes. Yeah. It's one each. It's not both of them together.
Yeah.
Engine
Okay.
one.
And then engine two.
Yeah, so you need to hear two dinosaur noises for one aircraft on the F-15.
Like I say, that's an awful lot of planes.
Yeah, so just you need to half it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. No, it's a good question.
Yeah.
I used to think that, and
I wasn't sure.
yeah, someone actually pointed that out, and I was like, actually, you're right. They do start one engine and then the other one.
Yeah. I mean, the intakes come up as well, don't they?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
You see them,
I
come
love
down
that.
here. Yeah.
They're really clever.
Yeah.
So I saw a video of an F-15 just flying past, and it was doing the airframe was doing that.
Yeah.
And so were the
Okay, I've never seen it in the air. I've seen it obviously on the
yeah.
front.
Yeah, I've seen it in the air on a video. It's really, really bizarre. Very clever. Which one do you want to have a look at?
No, I like models. I'm a plastic person.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is though, I need a metal because of the travelling, otherwise I just completely fall apart.
Now I've just got the plug-in last week. I've got a lovely 48 AGS.
Oh, right.
Lakenheath.
Oh.
Lakenheath. You don't realise how big that is.
Quite big.
148 scale.
Right.
Yeah.
Do you buy them the same scale?
No.
Okay.
All sorts hanging from my ceiling. Yeah, I've got a hanger on it home.
Okay.
Yeah.
I try to keep them the same scale, just so I can show people in relation.
Yeah.
Which is quite clever.
I'm actually, this is 172.
Yeah. I think this is
100 or something.
Yeah, it's a bit smaller.
Yeah. They're nice.
Similar.
Yeah.
Similar. I'm just trying to show people where the cannon is, and where the systems are. Yeah, he's pretty cool actually. He's pretty cool. Yeah.
Maybe one day someone will figure out how to do it. Yeah.
The nozzle. I suppose the F-35 does.
Oh, see, yeah.
It does,
yeah.
but it's really only the pilot Tom. It's only for. It's not to do any of that fancy stuff like the F-15. It's really for landing. The hover. Yeah. Well, I didn't realise how far the intakes were. They're all the way back there.
Yeah.
They're all the way back there. I mean, that's quite. I suppose that's why it's called an aardvark, I guess. It's the long nose.
I mean, when I first came here in '68, it was the F-100.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow, you remember the F-100s here?
Yeah, they park. I mean, obviously there's no fence then, there's no parking shelters, and you used to be able to see right into the base. It was fantastic view.
Wow.
Yeah.
Remember everything from the camo ones? The bad natural ones?
Both of them.
Did they have both?
Yeah. I remember obviously one of those. I never went down the Haven in I was too young to trucks. So I used to get my father who worked and also things like that.
Oh, right.
Yeah, and we used to see the spit shine through the
Oh, wow.
and the lighthouse as well in the summer. Oh,
Really?
Yeah, good days.
Yeah, I'll bet.
Yeah. Mind you, I mean, one day we'll look back and say, you know, in about number 10, 20
Yeah.
stuff. Mind you, you'll probably still be on your top of your bloody bed. I felt for you. Yeah, it must have been bloody cold.
It was awful yesterday. Yeah, I had to call it a day, and luckily I did because it really opened up the heavens.
Good to see the old, I think the Armistice. Ospreys.
Yeah, they were both in it.
Interesting machine.
They are interesting.
They don't look very big.
Sorry?
They don't look very big. I mean, what could they hold? About 26 troops?
24. 24. And it's and then the rotors are, I mean, they look big on the they're about 36 feet in diameter, and yet the chin's about 60. It's almost, you know, it just shows, I mean, the chin's quite a big thing. So you think it's going to be about half of that. They're not very big,
Yeah,
right? 24 troops.
I think you've got a shot of them going down the runway and
Yeah, I've never seen that.
it's narrow as well.
Yeah. It might be the boat.
Yeah.
The other sort of boat says about it. They are very clever. Oh, 53.
Yeah.
I know there are helicopters here.
Oh, it's
Yeah. Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
No, but yeah, I saw on what I was telling you last week, it's 2028. That's a long way away from the sun come round. Yeah. Oh, listen. Yeah, haven't done it.
The same building was closing.
Right, yeah.
Still going. You never know.
Oh, yeah, I mean, obviously it's not as much here as it used to be.
The Alpha jets here in this time war.
Yeah.
They were cool.
I like the look of some of that jazz plane. It's like a Delta, yeah. Yeah, pretty nice. Anyway,
Right.
I'll let you get on with your
Okay, buddy.
broadcast.
Well, it's good chatting to you. Right. Yeah, should have F-15s now.
Yeah,
I
brilliant.
think I can hear it on the move. It sounds,
Yeah.
you know the.
Yeah. No, I would have been down the other end of that. It would have been quite a good day for it as well, but the feeling was sitting up at the ball was just,
Yeah.
She's not being out making dresses, she's got to work tomorrow for 3 or 4 days. So,
Yeah.
And she wants to chat.
All right, buddy.
Alright.
Take it. Yeah, no worries, mate. How you doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Always good chatting to you all. And so we got the F-15E Strike Eagles made their debut here. The F-15s. It was the F-15E first of all in '92 that was here with the 492nd and the 494th Fighter Squadron. The 492nd, the Mad Hatters, locally known as the Bowlers. Guns up, Bowlers, how you doing? And also the 494th Fighter Squadron as well, receiving the F-15E Strike Eagle 92. What up? Finest, maddest beat. The finest, finest, baddest, meanest. They probably listed it now. I'm probably going to get grilled, but never mind. Sorry about that. The finest, baddest, meanest. I can never get it right. And then in '94, we started to see the F-15Cs with the Grim Reapers, the 493rd. The finest, baddest, meanest. That's what I'm going to go with. The finest, baddest, meanest. There you go. Believe the 493rd and the 495th are the only ones with like a Latin motto. Mala ipsa nova. Bad news itself. I like that one. The F-15E Strike Eagles started up. Oh yeah. Good ladies, gents, teddy bears, and I for one, when I first started doing this, I just couldn't believe that the F-15 was still going. A legacy since 1972. Took its first flight. Amazing, isn't it? I'm just waiting for my delivery of my I mean, that's quite some sharp sun there, isn't it? It's quite sharp, that, sadly, but just waiting for my a good friend of mine from Rolls-Royce. Hopefully I'll be seeing an F-15E Strike Eagle. This is the F-15C model. This is quite a very famous one, the 0156-21 with 2 aerial victories. There were 4 in total during Allied force, and I'll talk to you about that a little bit later on if I get a chance. But the legacy from 1972 still lives on. Now we've got F-15E Strike Eagles here. There's a few differences, of course, and one being the, first of all, the quite bulky and the huggy, that's a good word, the conformal fuel tanks that are on there. The F-15E is a 2-seater, so you've got a weapons systems operator at the back and a pilot. If you just tuned in, I am aware this is not an F-15E, just pointing out and highlighting some of the differences indeed. The F-15E Strike Eagles that are here are powered by Pratt & Whitney F100 PW229s. There are some that are 220s. How can you tell? Well, you can. Okay, so we don't have any conformal fuel tanks to show you, but when the F-15 is head on, you can see these additional intakes, and they'll be about here. They're the MSOG, they're the main secondary oil cooler generator here. They're like intakes here because of the amount of power. So the good thing about 229s, you can now go haha, because there is an external visual aspect to tell what engine. How clever, eh? So now you know. So you can tell this is definitely not a 229 in this, because it doesn't have the extra intakes on them. But took its first flight. Let me just move over here. Let me just move these little models just over a little bit. So took its first flight in 1972, the F-15A and the F-15, well, it was a TF-15A, which they redesignated it to the F-15B, took its first flight in 1973, a year later. But it is a legendary aircraft. There's so much about it that I can talk to you. As I mentioned on previous streams, in 1975, it broke a 8 time to climb world record, January the 16th in 1975. It took off and reached a altitude of 98,425 feet in just 3 minutes and 27.8 seconds. And then, if that wasn't enough, went even further and coasted off to 103,000 feet. This is a symbol of American air superiority. They wanted to replace the F-100. They needed an answer to the MiG-25 Foxbat. It's a marvel of engineering, and it was an answer to the Foxbat, really. And, you know, started off with its design. There were other companies that were fighting for it as well, Rockwell, and other companies as well, Fairchild, and but it was, of course, the Lockheed Martin, McDonnell Douglas won the contract, but I believe Lockheed tried as well. I'm just trying to think of the there were other companies, but you know, let's think about it. In the end, they didn't match the MiG-25. They outclassed it. And, you know, an incident, you know, just to give you a few things that the F-15 has done in its legendary times. you know, on the 1st of May, for example, all the way back in 1983 during a training sortie, an F-15 collided with an A4 Skyhawk, and it was going out of control. And the Wizzo at the back, the weapons systems operator, was expecting the pilot to, you know, give the order to punch out and eject. But what the pilot did, as it was spinning out of control, the pilot whacked on the afterburners and he got it to some stability. Now, from the angle, they couldn't see what was going on, but the right wing had this massive cloud, this big vapor cloud around it. So it was obviously fuel that was leaking out. But I can tell you now, when they got back and landed, which was well, they were almost double the landing speed that they should have, and the arrestor hook actually snapped off, but they did manage to land. And when they landed and got out, they realized that they landed with just one wing. The whole right wing had been ripped off. I mean, okay, you've designed an aircraft and you've made it land with just one wing. On the 13th of September 1985, here we go, another legend, because it's got a special, I was going to say, I won't ruin it, it wasn't an aerial victory, it wasn't by land, it was or the sea, it was by space. That's right, this is the only aircraft, and Major Wilbert Doug Pearson is the only person, I believe, to have scored an air-to-space victory. Yes, it shot down a satellite. Can you believe it? The F-15. And Major Wilbert Doug Pearson took off in a steep vertical climb, flying at just under the speed of sound, about 0.97 over the Pacific Ocean. He was at 36,000 feet, and his target was traveling at only 17,500 miles per hour, at 300 miles above him. So 300 miles away, and a target that's traveling at 17,500 miles per hour was a Solwind P-78 1 satellite, and he pushed the pickle button and he got it. So it's able to land with one wing, it's able to shoot down something out of space, all right? And also the F-15E Strike Eagle back in Valentine's Day of 1991 has an unusual aerial victory. Okay, so it's very unusual. Now I'll just quickly tell you the scenario. The US Special Forces, the Green Berets, you don't mess with them. However, they were about to get pinned down by attack helicopters, those gruesome, quite deadly Mi-24 attack helicopters. They were trapped. Well, it was dark. Don't worry, the F-15E Strike Eagle has a lantern pod, which we'll talk to you about very shortly. It can be used at night to follow the contours and find its target through at night. And it came to the rescue. But wait, what did it choose? It was Captain Jim Bennett who led the way in the F-15 at low level. And they saw the Mi-24s, and the missiles that they were going to choose were too far away. Let me just get you the taxi in F-15E Strike Eagle. Oi, oi. It was too far away, so he decided, I know, he asked his Wizzo to get a lock using a GBU-10. I know, an air-to-ground bomb, a guided bomb. And the Mi-24 actually lifted off, but they didn't know that. They were supposed to just destroy it from air to ground, but the thing is, to their horror, the Mi-24 actually took off. It was airborne, but the guided missile got a lock onto it and stayed with it and actually destroyed it. So it's got the most unusual helicopter kill. Now actually, that tactic may sound modern, but it's not, because 109s, FW-190s used to use this method to drop bombs on Allied aircraft. So but it is unusual to do it in a modern day warfare. So you can see the additional intakes, the MSOC intakes, the secondary oil cooler generator. Can you see them? Tiny little circles that stick out on the conformal fuel tanks. So on the right, our right, drop tank at sort of 10 o'clock. You can see just some circle just sticking out. So the F-15E Strike Eagle has two pods. The one we just spoke about. So on its starboard side is the lantern. And on the port side, that's the sniper pod. Now the lantern that's underneath, so I don't know if you've got to see those two pods underneath. The lantern, it stands for Low Altitude Navigation and Targeting Infrared for Night. It's a navigation pod that provides high-speed penetration attack on targets at night or in really bad weather, but at low level, really perfect to evade radar by going really low, traveling low level, but what it does, it searches and tracks the contours of the ground. So in mountainous areas, it's got a terrain following system radar, fixed infrared sensor, and you can fly it at night low level. So for example, through the Mac Loop, for example, at night, any mountainous areas, and you know, low level, under radar, under the cover of darkness, and it can sweep the terrain and contours. The one on the aircraft's left, that is the targeting pod. Now the weapons systems operator, nicknamed the WISO, or WSO, but WISO's the nickname for it. It's a sniper pod, and it's a targeting pod, so for GBU lasers, basically guided ordnance, and because it's a two-seater, you know, you've got a WISO and you've got a pilot, and as they say here, the pilot rows the boat and the WISO shoots the ducks. Now just above on this side, you can see the Vulcan cannon, the 20mm 6-barrel, 6,000 rounds per minute, 500 round packing M61 Vulcan cannon. I don't know if you can see that too much from here, so just follow the wing all the way until it sort of hugs the fuselage there. And you can pack this thing with 4 AIM-9s, 8 AIM-120s. I know. GBUs, JDAMs. It's about 39,000 pounds empty as well. And it's a bit more than the others, because this has CFTs, conformal fuel tanks. You've packed it with all sorts of drop tanks. You can add 3 600-pound drop tanks to it. In fact, you can add 24,500 pounds of payload. So with the empty weight, you know, that's giving you 63,000 pounds. And you know, with fuel, you are almost smashing out 60,000 pounds of thrust between those engines. But of course, the legacy of the F-15 doesn't stop up at the E. It has carried on. More range, more payload, fly-by-wire. They've added an FCS to it in the form of the F-15EX, the F-15QA. It carries on. Aspen, that's very funny you say that, because you know, when we look at some of the advances that we've got in even just civilian you know, radar directional finding, all the radar systems that we have today, it's all due to war. Believe it or not, it's crazy, isn't it? It's all due to warfare. Some of the most advances in technology of aviation have been through the darkness that is war. As simple as that. Like you said, the M25, that's scary. Anyway, the MiG-25, yes, indeed. Definitely, 100% agree. Don't know. So this is taxiing to the EOR. About 15 miles per hour is the max speed. Anywhere between 11 and 15 miles per hour at the top end of taxiing speeds. So there are 4 EORs and this is where it's going. End of runway. And it can hold 6 fighter jets. Oh yeah! 6 fighter jets in each, so there's 1 EOR here. This is the EOR for 2-3. This is the EOR North, and it was parked at the EOR South. And of course, you've got another 2 at the other end of the runway. So aircraft will park here to wait for other aircraft. It may have air-to-air refueling duty, so it'll wait here for a tanker, for example, if it's running late. It could be troubleshooting, it could be waiting for, it could have had a particular sortie where it was going to go do some training with its wingman. Maybe the wingman has gone tech and, you know, maybe things change, maybe the weather's bad where they were supposed to go, so they could be looking out for a new flight plan and submitting other things. So there's various reasons, and for those concerned, it doesn't use a lot of fuel. In fact, very insignificant amount. Be here for about 2 hours, although the fatigue for just waiting here for 2 hours is another matter. But then wouldn't you like to sit in an F-15 for 2 hours? I bet you would. Just don't push no buttons. So lots of F-15 starting up, as you can hear. So we will have more than this, don't worry. That HAL is 1 Pratt & Whitney F100 PW229 started up. Of course, it's a twin engine, so you're going to need to hear 2 of those HALs to make 1 aircraft. So more F-15s taxiing down the catwalk. Yep, catwalk is not the official name, it's what we call this stretch of taxiway. The official name for this is a taxiway, but catwalk sounds good. Sound like a lot of startups. So you can configure the F-15 in a wide spectrum of missions. With 104 aerial victories with 0 losses in aerial combat engagement. It's a bit of a legend. The wings, nothing special. The whole thing is just good old metal. It's got quite a high radar cross section, but that never seemed to matter. It's 45-degree angled, swept all metal wings. Almost a cropped delta wing in some ways. The radar, so the nose, inside there. Now, they were equipped with APG-70s, but a lot of them are now being upgraded to the APG-82 radar. Now, you may hear this on our streams quite a lot. I've always said it is AESA. It stands for Active Electronically Scanned Array. So at that nose, it is constantly scanning, looking, searching. The new radar, though, will increase aircrew and aircraft survivability. It simultaneously detects, identifies and tracks multiple targets from air or surface at longer ranges, and it also provides information sharing. So it's a little bit like the DAS system of the F-35, but obviously not as advanced, I wouldn't have thought. But there we go. And a lot of the F-15s that we've seen here have been upgraded to EPAWs as well, which I can show you when available. EPAWs, Eagle Passive Active Warning Survivability System, made by BAE Systems. And one of our fans asked me, Nikos, how long are the afterburners? And it is around 60 foot. 60 feet. So the LN, that's the tail code for Lakenheath. It's a little bit different to World War II in some ways, but keeps its tradition in another. LN, but it never used to be. It used to have a different tail code between 72 and 73. They had LK on the Phantoms, but it worked out just for about 7 months. And then when they arrived with the F-100D Super Sabres, it was a very different system. They had the letter L for Lakenheath and then a second digit for the squadrons, so very close to squadron markings indeed. LR for the 492nd, LS for the 493rd, and LT for the 494th. Now traditionally the colours that you can see, blue for the 492nd and red for the 494th, but it's not always the case. You may be thinking, oh, it's got 2 squadrons here. Not always. It depends what jets are available. So you could see a 494th red-tailed marked F-15, but it could be a 492nd that's flying it. It depends what is available at that time. The other colours were green for the 495th and yellow for the 493rd. Although in World War II the colours were completely different, it was all opposite. Yellow was the Panthers, red was the Mad Hatters, and blue was Grim Reapers in World War II on their P-47s. A big shout out to all the crew chief and ground crew, the fighter generation squadrons, the maintenance squadrons of RAF Lakenheath's 48th Fighter Wing. What up? And they're part of the 48th Operations Group. Again, think history. Again, think World War II, US Army Air Force. Think Air Force in modern day now. The wing and the group. Still there today, but it's known as an operations group. So the 48th Operations Group, that is the component for the flying aspect, because you've also got the 48th Medical, you've got the 48th Communications, you've got the 48th, and you've also got LE, the law enforcement here, OSI, all the security forces here. You've got the RAPCON as well, Radar Approach Control, 48th Communications. What up? You've also got logistics readiness as well. But the flying component is indeed the operations group. RAF Lakenheath Fire Department as well since 1941. What up? Also got the, like we mentioned, the medical. So the pilots will still do their checks at the hangars. They'll check, look around the aircraft, check the static pitos, they'll check the ordnance drop tanks, look for any leaks. They'll look underneath into the landing gear as well. So they'll look inside into the landing gear, make sure that there hasn't been any circuit breakers that have popped. And you can see now, if I was a pilot, I'd be quite concerned that there is a wheel missing. And the other good thing as well, take note of how white everything is inside of the landing gear, and that's because it makes it a lot easier to as a visual aspect, as a visual inspection, to see any leaks or any oil leaks, because if it was dark in there, it would be very difficult to see any hydraulic leaks or any fluid leaks inside. So the pilot will still be checking around the aircraft. The pilot will do all their checks inside the cockpit before getting clearance to start their aircraft. And then after the taxi, it's here to the EOR, where the ground crew will do all the checks. They'll pull the pins out, they'll check the nozzles, they'll check the petals on the back of the nozzles, they'll check the elevators that are moving correctly, they'll check the inlets as well, that's the intakes, they'll check everything on the aircraft to make sure it's all good. No, the colour is the same now. Grey is a bit of a funny colour because aircraft can sort of look very, very like almost like charcoal, and sometimes bright white. It just depends on the shadow, depends on the light. They can change colour. We've seen it before. Two aircraft exactly the same. I think it was at Mildenhall, and completely changing colour from bright white, almost like off-white, to a dark charcoal, and that's all because of the way grey works. In fact, even a completely white aircraft can do that as well, but military aircraft are painted grey because they're harder to see. Yeah, Davey, the KC-10 changing colour was pretty cool, wasn't it? So there we go, ladies, Teddy Bears, hope we're all good and well. So it's really important, so it's really important all the checks are done correctly. Make sure that the aircraft is safe for the crew to fly, the pilot and their Wizzo, sorry. Make sure it's all good to go. If it isn't, no worries. Diagnostics, and get some care for it. Make sure it's all good. And they do have spares ready to go. panic, it's not in slow motion, it's heading back to the hangars. It's not fit for flight, so it's going back. To come out. Hope you're enjoying this. It's certainly racking them up here. So you can fit 6 fighter jets on the EOR, on each EOR, so 6 here, 6 there, so you can have 12 on each end of the runway. Looking good. So the first ever F-15A took off for its maiden flight in 1972, and the family version F-15B took off in almost identically a year after, in 1973 July. First flight of the F-15E, well actually let's go back to, let's roll it back to the sea in 79, and then the E variant. First flight 11th December 1986, took 3 years later, 30th of September 1989. for its operational role. It passed its IOC, that's initial operational capability, 30th of September 1989 at Seymour Johnson Air Force Base with the 4th Tactical Fighter Wing with the 336 Tactical Fighter Squadron. And it is a multi-role strike fighter, hence the name, as Aspen has put, a Strike Eagle, so it carries the name Strike because it is a strike fighter, but it is multi-role. It can be configured in all sorts of roles in all terrains. It's pretty spectacular. I can also hear F-35s in the distance as well. Not airborne, I meant ones taxiing. And over there. Flameout, precautionary flameout. Beautiful. So a flameout, it's not a stall, it's completely wrong to say that. Now, that height and that section is called a high key. So when we saw the F-35, it was at high key, and the whole purpose of this is to perform a PFO, a precautionary flameout. You know, gravity is an aircraft's worst enemy, so a flameout, it's not igniting the fuel. There's no point trying to, you know, just force some, inject some fuel into the combustion chamber. There's no point in doing that. So what you do is you need to take your aircraft at high key and literally turn it into a glider. You're looking at about 250 knots as it comes down. The gear is down, of course, because of the nature of it. But the idea is to try to restart the aircraft. So what you're doing is almost like same principle as bump starting a car. The compressors are still spinning around. You're trying to get all that air in there. You just try to start it up. So the pilot will put it in idle. Hence it's quite, quiet. And then you hear the bang of the engines restarting. bit of a compressor store, a little tiny little pop. I hope everything's all right. It looked like it was something was wrong with that. I don't know if you noticed that. Engine 2 definitely popped a little bit. wake up in the morning with your Kellogg's Frosties. There we go. That is... there we go. Suffolk has now woken up. How are we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. And hope you enjoyed those departures there. Amazing. Amazing. Absolutely brilliant. Well, just a quick catch up with all of you. Hope you're all good and well. My name's Nikos. I'm your cameraman, historian and commentator. Ted and I are favouring our Christmas hats on for the rest of December, as we do every year. Hope we're all good and keeping warm. It's certainly warmed up here now by a few degrees with that. That was absolutely amazing. Really, really good. Can I hear any more? Possibly, but probably from the F-35s that landed earlier. Hope you enjoyed that. That was just incredible stuff, really, and they were all quick climbs. Looked like a little bit of a stall, a compressor stall, or a little air afterburner blast. Just that little pop, which made that because obviously it looked like engine 2, which is the one on the right, which meant that engine 1 had made the aircraft yaw a little bit because it was at full power. I'm not sure. I'm sure they've got some systems to recognise that. Sometimes compressor stalls can just cure on their own as well. I'm not saying that not saying that, just saying that it could have been just a tiny bit of just a tiny afterburner pop there, a little blowout, just a tiny one, a little pop which probably pulled the aircraft to one side a little bit. But hey, this is another reason, and you know what we do here, so we can keep an eye on. Okay. Not seen these before. I'll get you a little photo in a minute. Cool. So yes. So yeah, that could have been definitely a reason for it to pull on one side, but there we go. Hope everything's all right with that. I would have thought we would have seen that return. You're right there. How you doing? Hope we're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Well, welcome to the show. If you just joined us, thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby channel here. We're in the viewing area. We're very fortunate to have an official aircraft viewing area. Plenty of spaces here, and if you are struggling to find space, there is a road that leads up to the car park where you can park on the side there carefully. But there is a burger van just outside. There is a private road, so please don't go down there. It is clearly marked as well for that, so please check that out as well. So be mindful. Again, same rules apply if you're venturing off. And I've just what I think it is. Oh, look at this! Elon Musk. I think we've got Elon here. Well, there we go. Looking good. Looking good, mate. Yeah, looking good, man. Looking good. For those that know the story, yes. For those that know the story from Sunday, we just had Elon Musk on the show. Yeah, thank you very much for joining us. Goodness me, someone's obviously found that hilarious, which you can hear in the background. I've been getting lots of photos of him at various places and bases, so it just looked pretty funny. So oh goodness me, that is brilliant. We're not getting any more, are we? Not that I'm complaining. We are. Well, I better go and grab my cup of tea really quickly and bring it up here if it is. Is it coming here? Yeah, there we go. Be right back. I'll go and quickly grab my cup of tea. No, I'll have another two. Is he coming back now? Okay. He's had a good adventure. That was funny with the freak t-shirt. Parking up at the EOR, or if they're just heading off to the pits. Maybe they're hot pitting, who knows? We'll find out in a minute. Yep, that's fine. So it looks like we're going to get these. Pretty good, isn't it? I think we had the three Reggies sing that. It involved kebabs, chili sauce, Freeps, F-35s and F-15s, if I remember correctly. It went something like, kebab of wonder, kebab of light, extra chili sauce, we'll have it at night. Something like that. We had the three Reggies on here once, and I think as we get closer to Christmas, I think we'll get some of the bears singing their own Christmas carols, I think. Yes, buddy. Oh, okay, man. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, they just take care. It feels like the park is sort of still going. Yeah. You too. See you soon. Wish you well. Man, how we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, live here from the viewing area at RAF Lakenheath. How we all doing? Hope you're all well and safe and good. Welcome. Gosh, as soon as the sun goes in behind the clouds for a little bit, goodness me, you can really feel the cold. Oh, a bit of a slight easterly, southeasterly breeze at the moment. How you doing?
Run out of food.
Has he? That's alright.
I hope you had something.
Someone did get me a burger, so it's all good.
That's okay then.
It's all good. Oh no. You'll have to get a turkey and stuff. Oh dear.
Christmas dinner!
Yeah. That's all good. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? If you are in the viewing area and tuned in, unfortunately the food has run out. No worries. No worries. No worries. It's all good. Hope you're all well. It's always nice to come here on a Friday for me personally as well, just finishing up the week and just, you know, a great place to almost guarantee, you can almost guarantee yourself you're going to have a big Cheshire cat grin on your face here, because it's just always pleasing, it's always good, and it's nice just to finish up the week at probably one of your favourite base and place. You know how it is. Gaz Russell, oi oi to you. Chris Blocks and Mark Moody, how you doing? Johnny B, Leah Remco, hope we're all good and well. Angus Cooper.
1
Gary, how you doing as well? Gary, how's that barbecue going, man? Hope it's all good. Williams as well, hope you're all good. A big shout out to all of you, and we're just going to wish you all an absolutely superb weekend as well. Hope we're all well. Remco, how's it going? Amazing stream, great camera work from Remco Debray. Thank you very much. Alex Blackcat, how you doing as well? Mark W. Perez, how you doing as well? Hope you're all good and well. And we've got two F-35As here. Ted's flown with the F-35As. In fact, he's flown in two F-35As, two different ones. He's flown on Halloween as well as a flight. I think it was back in May, a couple of years back as well. So he's flown with the 495th Fighter Squadron, the Valkyries. 5600 and 5604, I think it was. I remember one of the call signs, Sage. I'm sure it was Sage Flight with that as well. So big shout out to the 495th Fighter Squadron for taking Ted on some training exercises. He has gone supersonic. Definitely in his jet in the F-15 Tail 134, Ted did go supersonic. Ted also got himself doing some red air. Red air is when you have two teams, a blue team and a red team, the red team and the bad team, and the blue team are the goodies, the blue team are expected to win. If you are in the red team, you wear red patches, and it just so happens our pilot issue patch is red, so the pilot did fashionably model it for us. We've only got, I'd say, about 7. I think we've got 7 left of our 150 limited edition pilot issue patches. It's a patch that's red to say thanks to pilots that take Ted on a flight, or if they won our vote for the best display award. But we made 150 for the members of the public. You get it in a nice little presentation box with a certificate of authenticity to let you know which number you've got as well. And I believe we've only got about 7 of these left. Once they've gone, it's quite sad, that'll be the end of it, but we'll still have them for the pilots as well. White, thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships as well. Thank you for that. Thank you for making new members on board. If you have been gifted a membership, please don't cancel it straight away. Do give it have a look, enjoy all the features, enjoy all the wonderful perks that you get with it. So you'll get discount on our merchandise, you'll get members only videos, you'll get members only live streams, you can access our Discord server as well, which is only for members as well. And you'll get lots of perks as well with that. So do enjoy, do check it out, and you're most welcome to join us. We do, if you want to continue that, we do have 3 levels of membership as well, and they all offer some wonderful things as well to go with that. Do check it out, and thank you very much, and have the confidence in knowing that, you know, membership and funding like that keeps the stream, keeps the dream, it keeps it going. Tomorrow the Tedmobile goes in for a service, so again, things like that. Got to service the van, got to put gas in the van. It's, you know, got to keep it legal, got to keep it roadworthy, you know, and these things do come at a cost. So your membership really does play a major part in that, and the equipment, you know, it's amazing. So a big thank you to all of you members. Big thank you. You know, from that day I took that plunge in starting up membership. Didn't really think it was going to work. Now we've got over 1,000 members, so thank you so much. Oh, Anthony, Tones Planes, how you doing, Anthony? Hope you're good, mate. Margot, Daniel G, Laser Tech 02, how's it going? Hope you're well. Laura Bradshaw, Leah, Nick Panayodu, how you doing? Hope you're all good and well. Margot, Alan Q. Right, here we go. We got more. Here we go, 43,000 pounds of Pratt & Whitney, here we go, send it. Before they pull up. 527G, again, depends on the pilot. Startups. Oh yeah. what's going on here? Uh-oh. Gear's not down. Oh, it is now. Aero braking, look at that. Yeah. Here we go, send it. Oh, it's Ted's jet. Teddy. 134. Ladies, gents and teddy bears, Ted has flown in this February of 2022, I believe. Let's ride. great spell there.
It's a nice light against those clouds, isn't it?
Oh yeah, it's lovely, isn't it?
But it's good, you know.
Yeah, it's been really good.
Yeah. Watch out right in there.
Oh yeah. Yeah, really good skies. I don't know if there's any more coming out. There might be. It's been brilliant today.
It has been, yeah.
Really good.
Yeah.
Still got loads to come back, I'm sure. I'm sure there's quite a few yet.
Yeah. Yeah. So you don't know if there's more coming out, or that's one's just landed.
Yeah, sometimes you can hear them going around the back and they've just landed. So. Yeah.
That's been good, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has. Oh, was it? Oh, it's a shame they don't do that here.
Yeah, it was with a display type.
Ah. Oh, I see. It was right. Okay, but not from here.
It was one of the Lakenheath planes.
It's a Lakenheath jet, but not the Lakenheath pilot. Is that? Oh, okay.
Sadly, the Indian guy died. That was cancelled.
Oh, right. Yeah. Now we're doing ladies, gents and teddy bears, so you know me doing the research. Here's a little list of the squadrons of what they've flown. I've been doing, of course, lots of research. This is what my notes look like. This is the 492nd, that's their list, and you can see the amount that the 493rd have racked up through their times from A20, A35s, P39s, P40s, P47. It was going in order until I found a few more over here, like A24s, A31, A36s, amazing aircraft these as well. And the 495th, I've added the B18 to them, and A18 on the other three squadrons. Of course, the 495th have been inactive for two major spells, adding up to 63 years have been inactive. That's a lot of that's quite a lot. 63 years have been inactive. 30 and a 33. That is quite substantial. And here's some of their some of the notes that I write down. Some of the aerial victories during the Second World War. 19.5 with the 48th fighter group. 3 victories to the 492nd. 8.5 to the 493rd and 494th. Claimed 8. Trying to work out post-war with modern day is a little bit interesting. The 494th with the 335th scooped up way over 70 drones that they equip. I don't know how that works. I don't know if that counts as an aerial victory, or I don't know how it goes with that. But there we go. Sound like they're getting closer. Yep, they are getting closer. As we admire the latest and greatest, let's not forget the very first aircraft to operate here, the Vickers Wellington, the RAF's most produced bomber of World War II. Oh yes. $11,461 Wellingtons were made in 16 different main variants. striking. Oh, now that's an air brake and a half, isn't it? Look at this. Oh, looks like they're going to Mildenhall by the look of it from there. That's fun, they got my message that I needed a little break. So. A big shout out to RAPCON, Radar Approach Control, by the way. The 48th Comms Squadron, the Operations Squadron over there at RAPCON, that's Radar Approach Control, for doing an absolutely amazing job. That's Lakenheath Tower, who managed both Lakenheath and Mildenhall as well, don't forget. Where's the other?
No, they're both there.
Oh, okay. Yep. There's billions of them. Oh, look at this. Go on, give us a wall feed. We haven't had a wall feed today, have we? So that's climbing up to 10,000 feet is what we call high key, and it's bound to perform a simulated flameout, like a precautionary flameout. And there's of course, due to the nature of it, there's quite a few safety restrictions, or restrictions for safety, shall I say, where you can only have 4 in the circuit if you're going to practice these. Right, let's look up high and dry. Here we go. The idea is not to land it, especially if you're unfortunate enough to be in a situation where you've had a flame out, but fortunate enough to be near the aerodrome. So the engines, the compressors are sort of turning, but there's no flames. The combustion chamber is not combusting, so the idea is not necessarily just to inject some fuel in there, you just probably end up flooding the thing. The idea is to scoop as much air as possible. So you're turning, in effect, the aircraft from 10,000 feet, dropping into a glider, so to speak. So the pilot, to simulate it, will put it into idle. It's about 250 knots here or so. okay, thank you though. Thank you. Beautiful. So we're still climbing. We've still got 2 more to go. Thank you. Here we go. Yeah, take care, Julian. Yeah, it did. Is that your phone?
No, mine's silent.
There's more.
Probably.
Wow.
It's going to go stuck.
Oh, it's hot pitted. Is it coming this way? It is.
Everywhere.
Looks like, sounds like, or looks like, or whatever you want to call it. Looks like they've been hot pitting, ladies and teddy bears. Hot pit refueling is when you refuel your aircraft with the engine or engines still running. You don't always have to cut out one of your engines if you've got two, like the F-15 Strike Eagle. You can have them both running. The Typhoons do hot pitting, and it's an essential part of not only training but also on a battlefield combat scenario as well. And it's actually the most quickest way to refuel an aircraft with the engine still running. It takes about 10 minutes to hot pit refuel. Take care, man. It takes about 10 minutes to hot pit refuel, and it's quicker rather than try to refuel it with the engine shut down, because all the pumps are working, everything's all working there. It's a lot quicker to refuel it, and it makes part of integrated combat turn an essential part of any combat mission support or anything like that, any mission in the battlefield world. The integrated combat turn, or ICT, in the US Air Force, a military term for rapid synchronized process, which includes hot pitting, so 10 minutes to do that, includes rearming of the aircraft with the engines running, so they're all doing that. The ground crew are doing all their checks as well and rearming the aircraft ready. It's called integrated combat turn, an ICT, and so the hot pitting is essentially part of that. You'll either have like a vehicle, an SV, a refueling vehicle, an RV, sorry, or you can have the fuel from pumps from underground, basically. I'm getting cold. aircraft that weren't based here. So we'll start with the Second World War. We didn't have any Lancasters here, nor Halifaxes. In modern days, we didn't have any F-16s based here. For your information, we did have an array of interesting aircraft. Of course, the aircraft first functioning here were indeed the Vickers Wellingtons. Number 20 OTU, Operational Training Unit, started the trend. Along came 149, and eventually they converted 149, and eventually 199 converted to the Sterlings Marks 1 and 3. And eventually in 1945, when the station closed and reopened, ready for duty in 1948, the 2nd Bomb Group arrived with the B-29s from 1948, starting the era of the United States Air Force. Oh yes. We also had B-50s, KB-29s as well. Also had the legendary Peacemaker here as well, along with the KB-29 and the B-47. Oh yeah, I mean, that's just a legendary aircraft, that Peacemaker and the B-47. When Lakenheath arrived, they arrived with the F-100D Super Sabres in 1960. That was until 1972. Between 72 and 77 with the F-4. Oh yes, and then from 77 to 1991, right up until the last one left, was the F-111 Aardvark. And after that, it was the arrival in 92 of the F-15E Strike Eagle. Then in 94 we had the F-15C, and right up until 15th of December 2021 we had our first F-35A arrive. inverted aileron roll, yeah. I'm gutted I zoomed out. I didn't expect that. That was absolutely wicked. Oh man, I zoomed out. I thought it was over. It is now. Not my quote. So the amazing and very complex and wonderful F-35A Lightning. This is the A variant, a 9G pull-in 5th generation stealth fighter, coated in a special Lockheed patented RAN, that's radar absorbing material, coated in a special radar absorbing material that can absorb frequencies at 0.1 megahertz right up to 60 gigahertz. That's no match indeed for any S-400s or surface-to-air missiles trying to actually discover a receiving end. And the beautiful F-35A absorbs all those frequencies that surface-to-air missiles and radars try to find. In fact, its radar cross-section is about the size of a golf ball, and it's absolutely amazing. All these serrations, for those that don't know how radio works, we've got, for example, let's pretend that that radar there, pretend it was a primary radar, omnidirectional radar, directional finder sending out radio waves. Usually you send, for example, if this was a 747, the radio waves are hitting the aircraft and coming back. Whatever comes back, that is its cross section. But the thing is, with the material that's on the F-35, along with being made with a special carbon composite, these serrations, okay, so if it was a flat surface, the radio waves will hit a flat surface and come back. The thing is, as it hits these serrations as well, it makes it very difficult. All these little zigzag serrations literally everywhere, on the landing gear, all over the place. What happens is the angle of reflection equals the angle of refraction, so what we're saying is it will bounce back. Wrong, because there's serrations everywhere, even the nozzles, so it will scatter the radar. Whatever is going to receive back to sender, it's not going to happen. Even this is a signature of all 5th generation aircraft. The nose is not completely round. It has a ridge from the nose right up to the intake. The ridge there, the point of that is if a radar frequency, a radio wave is hitting the aircraft, it can come back all the way around. It can't because of that ridge. It is absolutely amazing. The acrylic electro-absorbing sensor. You've got the DAR system, the distributed aperture system, which is the very complex system, which I'll show you in full scope detail. It is amazing. It really is. Let's have a little look. This is what happens for the radio frequency. So even our voices, you know, when you go to a cave or a Grand Canyon or any canyon or a well, your voice is returned back from an echo. A little bit similar to this on a flat surface. Radio waves will hit back and come back, whereas the serrations all over the F-35, even radar absorbing tape. This is the nose, like I mentioned. If it catches perfectly, it can come back. You want to avoid, the F-16 has a 90-degree connection and it can catch onto the elevator to the tail. Again, you don't want that either. Let's have a little look at the DAR system in a little bit more detail if I can find it for you. I do have it somewhere. 9G is the airframe. Now, I know what a lot of people think, the F-35, you know, Mark 1.6. That is an excessive speed, and it wasn't designed. All you've got to do is think of the B2. The B2 doesn't even have afterburner. Think of the F-117. It's made for loitering. It's stealth. It's got an exceptional combat range. That's what it's been designed to do. Get the job done without being seen, and that is why it doesn't need to have any excessive speeds, because the acceleration is a lot more superior with its superb engine of the Pratt & Whitney's engine. I'm struggling to find my DAR system, probably because it's probably gone to stealth. Ah, I've got it. Here we go. So the DAR system, there's about 6 of these. They may appear, if you catch it on the right light, they may appear as mirrors. They're not mirrors, it's the way the light catches it, the little cameras. And this is the DAR system. It's made out of sapphire again. On the Moss scale of hardness of minerals, it's a 9. Diamond is 10, just to give you an idea of the composition of that. And basically it creates a sphere fusion as well, and a 360-degree protection and detection. There's one camera about there where the ladder is. There's about 2 here, 2 there, and 1 at the back, I think. And basically it's an ANAAQ, distributed aperture system. By the way, can I just apologise? Just quickly, it's actually the EOTS that's made out of sapphire. I got myself a little bit in a muddle there. EOTS is just underneath. It's like a glass dome, but it's made out of sapphire. The DAR system, probably made out of sapphire. I don't know, maybe the lens is. But it's 6 distributed aperture system. Infrared sensors by day or night, and it can fuse with causes a fusion with the other F-35s. And what it's doing, it's monitoring the whole ground and air. So it's already spotted surface to air missiles. It tracks continuously vehicles and planes. It's already cottoned on to potential threats many miles away, and the cross section is what is returned, and it's just 5 centimeters squared, and that's basically about the size of a golf ball. You've got to remember, like I said, it's not all about the speed. Everyone goes on about speed. They're not Grand Prix aircraft. They don't need to go that fast. There's no need for them, and that's the thing. It was designed to just have a Mach 1.6, have good acceleration, better acceleration. We've seen on quick climbs, the F-35 is a lot quicker on acceleration. It's maneuverable. It's an excellent aircraft. And the EOTS system, also got the another thing which I'll show you. The F-35A as well has the F-35 has the 25mm GAU-22 cannon here. That's the only one that has it internally. You've also got over here this little door. Where is it? Just over here. There's a door just under there. It's the FOTD, which is fiber optic towed decoy. So it connects via, like a lanyard, a fiber optic pretend F-35. It's not a blow up F-35. It's got 4 internal hard points and 6 hard points, so 3 and 3 for the wings, which can add a external missile railing on there. It doesn't always need to be in stealth mode, as we know. It can play in defense. Oh yes. Yep, no return to sender with stealth. Exactly that. Christian Holtzall, how you doing, man? Hope you're good. Yeah, if you want to know anything about the F-35, probably about the most probably the most. So yeah, the EOT system, it's the electro-optical targeting system. It's just here. Now my F-35B model has a better sort of what's the word I'm looking for? It's clear, the one, but on this model it's not, but it's actually clear. It's made out of sapphire and it's an absolutely amazing system. That's the targeting system, and it's made of sapphire. It's under here, and so when you look at it, you'll notice that it's quite clear. It looks like a little glass window, but it is in fact made out of sapphire, so it's strong with that as well. Pretty amazing stuff, it really is. So all these serrations will just reflect everything far, far, far away. You alright, buddy? How you doing?
Yeah, not bad.
Good.
Day today.
You right?
Good day today.
Yeah, very good.
Yeah. My wife sent me out because she's doing Christmas chores. I love your channel.
Thank you very much.
I watch it a lot, but I can't get down here myself.
Yeah, no, it's good, isn't it?
Yeah, I only live in Buttons.
Do ya?
Yeah, they fly all over the place every day, basically.
Good, 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 good.
Yeah, keep up the good work.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I'm sure they've got an aircraft left in there at the moment.
All right, yeah. Cool, looked like a scene from a movie there for a minute, but then again, this is the real life. This is the real deal. doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well, and welcome to a very busy RAF Lakenheath. It's certainly been a busy one here today. Probably the longest break we've had. Did it? Gunthorpe, how you doing? Christian Holzel, thank you for joining us, watching from Germany, being an absolute legend. In fact, I don't think I've done any guards marches today. It's been that busy, so hold tight, here we go. Ted, you're right there, mate. So it is a bit windy, actually. It's starting to go all cold and not very nice, is it, Teddy? No. The unliterate one, thank you. A high five. Thanks for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. A Guards March to you. And Bella Lowe, high five. Guards March. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. And Simon Hamilton as well. High five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Mark Moody with 14 months membership and a Fighter Squadron member. Always a pleasure. Thanks, Nikos, Ted, Claire Bear, and fellow peeps of the TCS. Thank you very much. Paul Briggs, thank you very much for your super chat. A Guards March. You might have done these quite a long time ago today, but it's been that busy. Rusty Wenzel with 33 months membership. Oi, oi, and a happy Friday to all. Rob Kennard, thank you very much as well. Thanks for your super chat. Oi, oi, and good morning all. And a good morning to you watching from Devon. Margot Baxter, thanks for the super. Perez, Matman, Bush, a high five and a Guards March. Thank you. You're right. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards March. Thanks a lot, Perez. Guards March. It looks like something that you put in the ground for the fuel there for hot pitting. That's what it looks like, I think. Thanks a lot, Perez. Wee Stevie Boy, Guards March. Thank you very much for the super. Wee Stevie Boy, thanks a lot for another super. Margot Baxter, thanks a lot for the super. And Wee Stevie Boy, thanks a lot for another super sticker. Ruru Hudson, thank you very much for your 14-month membership. Oi, oi, it was great to meet some of you recently. Nice one. Debbie Brooks, good to see you as well. 31 months. And a Fighter Squadron member as well. Bear hug, please. Great to see everyone on Sunday. A bear hug for Debbie Brooks. Brian Acosta, Guards March. Thank you for the super. Rob Kennard, high five and a paw pump. Thank you very much, Rob Kennard. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Perez, I forgot your paw pump. There you go. Thank you very much. Bama fan in Oz, high five. Guards March, thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Laser Tech, always worth getting up real early on a day off. It really is. A Guards March to you. Bama fan in Oz, thank you very much. High five, thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership as well. Alan Q, thank you very much for the super. Guards March. Yanis Godsis, how you doing? With love, thank you very much for the super sticker. Or Guards March, thank you for the super chat. It's getting cold. Andrew George, RAF Reg, nice. Member for 15 months. 15 great months. Oi, 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 oi to you. Philip GJC, thank you for your 5-month membership. Thanks to the Nikos for a great channel. Thank you as well. Babsar, high five. Guards March. Thanks for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Chris White, high five and a paw pump. Thank you for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards March. Carol, thanks a lot for your super chat. Carol 5, thanks for another week of amazing live streams from the very best military aviation channel on the planet. Wonderful stuff. Guards March. Also, Christine Barnes with 31 months membership, who's put I love LKN. Loki Robertson, 14 months membership. Nice one. Well done at the Ted Coningsby party, Ted and Nikos. Thank you very much. Gary Indra, 2 months membership. Good afternoon all. Laser Tech, thank you very much, who's put millions of them. TM. Trademark, love it. Thanks a lot, Laser Tech 02 with your super chat. Thank you. Pauline Elson with 23 months membership. Great channel. Keep up the good work. Colin Patterson as well with 24 months membership. Congratulations on your 2 years milestone. 2 years and counting. So proud and happy to be on board. This amazing channel has helped me so much. Thank you very much. Karen Glenn, member for 30 months. 30 months of the best streams on the planet. Gary, high five. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Rince Wins Hat, 16 months membership. Lurking in the background. Great stream, TCS. Gaz Russell, How you doing as well? Gary, Guards March. Thanks a lot, Gary. A Guards March to you as well. 25 months membership from Johnny B. Red Ted's Fault. Excellent streams as always. Colin Patterson. How you doing? Thanks for 2 wonderful years. A little help towards tea, salmon and stream machine fuel. Guards March, thank you very much. Gary Inge, thank you very much. Great stream. Thanks a lot for the super. Guards March. Colin Patterson, Guards March as well to you. And Christian Holtzall gifting 20 Ted Coningsby memberships. High five, paw pump, salute, and a fly past there. Thank you very much, Christian Holtzall, who's just made 20 members and is gifted 20 Ted Coningsby membership. Wow. Andy Lansdale, thank you very much as well. Hi Nikos, happy Christmas to you and yours. And yes, I don't know what they are called, but that thing that went past on tow is used for refueling aircraft. Thank you very much. I've seen them before. I don't know what they're called, but yeah, they go in the ground, right? With that, so that's pretty cool. Alex Blackcat, how you doing? David Robinson, how you doing as well? Thanks to Danae's action-packed stream, Nikos. Totally enjoyed it. It was a very busy. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope you're all good and well. never got to give you the full history of the 48th today because it's been that busy. But never mind. Oh, it's been certainly cold today. Wind's just picked up now as well, which has made it really yuck. Oh dear, right, let's have a look here. Feeling there's more on the way, you know, just when I'm just starting to talk history. I think I've got it. I'll tell you what, for those, if I start talking history, they'll end up coming, you know, they'll end up being here. But I'm gonna have to try it. It's a bit dark, isn't it? Sit in the mood. Might have to get some candles. There you go. That might just do it. I mean, if we're gonna get any sunset, that'd be pretty cool, wouldn't it? How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? I haven't been on much today. It's been that busy. Let me just sort the screen out a little bit there. No, how we're doing? It's so cold now with the wind. It really is. Oh. Need some afterburners to sort that out. How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Oh, my little Christmas hat. How we looking? All festive and that. Yeah, how we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Welcome to the show. And well, it's been an absolutely busy one here at Lakenheath, and it's certainly, you know, been another one from our last show that we did here, which was phenomenal. It was just absolutely outrageously busy. What was it, the Wednesday before Thanksgiving? It was certainly a really good, beautiful scenes as well, with all the sunset, beautiful colours as well. I hope you've all enjoyed it so far. It's been a very busy one. Usually, to give you the history, you need to kind of break down Lakenheath a little bit. You need to kind of talk to you about the history. I mean, you can go prehistory as well, and then build it up to the RAF use, and then so on. But what we're going to do, we're going to talk about the 48th. I'm going to try and keep it brief. I don't think I've actually got a choice. I reckon they're just going to come in. But the whole story of the 48th actually started off in 1941 on the 15th of January. 1941, when the first aviation objective was put in place. 54 aviation activations, which was called the aviation objective. It was literally quick thinking and being proactive about certain aspects of a potential world war affecting America, because at that time the United States was actually neutral at that time. Well, the thing is, though, as soon as the US, the United States, you know, got involved into the Second World War, it did change, completely changed. They brought over in 1943, you know, US Army airfields, Army Air Force fields started to be designated to them. There was around 150 in total. The mighty 8th, the 9th Air Force, so many air forces, and their participation will always be remembered of the 28,000 men who lost their lives in just the 8th Air Force. It's the numbers are staggering. You only have to look at Duxford on those stained glass on the window that they've put the frosted effect of each aircraft. It's very, very sad of the sacrifices that were made. But 15th of January 1941 was the story of the 48th, and they became the 48th Bomb Group Light. Now they do change designation, but I'll try and keep it sweet. Now the activation happened at Hunter Field, Georgia. And the numbers were the 55th, 56th and 57th Bomb Squadron Light, and there was a 4th Squadron, the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron, who then changed to the 88th. They changed it at some stage. And then they became the 48th Bomb Group Dive, so the squadrons became the 55th the 55th Bomb Squadron Dive and the 56th Bomb Squadron Dive, etc. However, in 1942 they started to change things, and they were renumbered to the 492nd, 493rd, 494th, and the 9th Reconnaissance Squadron became the 495th, which could be why, if you have a look at a Valkyries, one of the Valkyries badges, one of the original, they got 9 stars. It could be because of that, maybe. So in March 1944, the 495th moved to the 407th Fighter Group, and the 48th became a Fighter Group, a Fighter Bomb Group, and then got rid of the bomb title and became a fighter group itself. But the problem with the 495th, sadly, when they moved to the 407th Fighter Group, they actually stood down into more of a training role, and they became inactive on the 1st of April 1944. Now, the aircraft that they were operating at the time was the Curtiss P-40. I'm going to quickly show, I'm not going to go into too much detail. That was in 43, and in 44, the 48th were operating, you know it is my favourite, the P-47 Thunderbolt. This one's the Razorback edition. Amazing, isn't it? I won't go into too much detail. I'll try and keep it sweet and neat, but this is what the 48th, their 3 squadrons, used throughout the Second World War. My goodness me, didn't they just do amazing, because they were allocated to the 9th Air Force. You may have heard of the mighty 8th, but the 9th Air Force took on a more support for the ground and ground attacks. In fact, when you hear ramrod radio checks, that ramrod was actually for the fighter escort protection, but the 9th Air Force took on a role where they would support the ground and the army on the ground to help them progress. So 1944 saw the move of the 3 squadrons, 492, 493 and the 494th. They set sail on the Queen Mary, some on the Ile-de-France, and they started off at RAF Ibsley, and they were allocated to the 70th Fighter Wing. Don't forget, they had wing and then group and then squadrons, okay? So they're allocated to them, and they were doing vigorous training at RAF Ibsley, dive bombing, close air support, night flying, reconnaissance, glide bombing, low level. They were being trained, and then it switched. They moved to France, and the bomber title dropped, and they even took part in D-Day. There were 14,000 or so sorties. 2,000 of those were allocated to the 48th. And the thing is, with that gaining back the ground, the 48th actually moved into France and started operating from airfields in France, such as Dujamou. The 48th carried out airstrikes in July to help the First Army through German gun positions. They threw at Saint-Lô in France. They took out tanks, gun pods, all this kind of thing. And on the 29th of August 1944, they moved to Cambrai, to Belgium as well. Then they moved to Belgium at St. Trond using a 10,000-foot runway, and they loved that runway, and they really had so much history with that P-47. It's unbelievable. That was an icon. We always say the 48th iconic F-15 at World War II. It was the P-47. In December as well, they took out some amazing missions. So the 6th of December, troops of the 9th Army were pinned down at Jülich in Germany. That P-47 was helping the army gain ground, almost like close air support, and it did. If you think about P-47 Thunderbolt, figure the A-10 Thunderbolt 2. It's got its name from that. It used the same thing. The A-10 was was built around its gun, the P-47, built around that massive 46-litre Pratt & Whitney engine. And Ed Cottrell, another legend with the 48th, helped support the 9th Army and the Army on the ground progress. If it wasn't for them, things could have changed. And the Hawker Typhoon played a similar role to the P-47 in that respect as well. And it was quite amazing, to think about the 48th's involvement until they literally, at the end of the war, they started to backtrack on their airfields. And the 8th of May 1945, the last mission led by Captain Troy witnessed that amazing line of troops going one way and German troops going the other. That must have been something. So they slowly moved back, and then they became inactive. And don't forget, they're a group at this stage. They inactivated on the 7th of November 1945, but they reactivated on the 25th of June 1952. This is where they got wing status. So they were the fighter bomb wing. So the squadrons, 3 of them activated again. The 495th still weren't activated yet. So they were the when the wing or group gets the title, the squadrons take that on as well. So the 48th Fighter Bomb Wing, that meant the 492nd Fighter Bomb Squadron, the 493rd Fighter Bomb Squadron, and what word am I looking for? The connection with France. This is where they got the name Statue of Liberty. So they moved to France, they got wing status, and the first jet that they were equipped with was their first jet aircraft, which is kind of cool. Again, I'll just keep it brief. It was the F-84 Thunderjet. Look at that. And in 1953, it was the 492nd that took up upon the role of being an aerobatics team. The Sky Blazers, you may know them. And a year after that, they switched again to the F-86 Sabre. Again, the 492nd used the Stars and Stripes livery, very, very similar to today's Thunderbirds. It really is quite amazing to have that. So you got the Sky Blazers, and they became the official USAF aerobatics team. It was quite amazing. Of course, things were to happen as fate, because they noticed 25 miles away the workshop and the mould of the original Statue of Liberty was there. They actually discovered that Chaumont was 25 miles away from the workshop of Bartholdi, who built the Statue of Liberty. But there was a mould there, and they funded a 3-metre version of the Statue of Liberty, which is there today. There's a replica here, which I found out, which is absolutely amazing. So they carried out displays, and in 1956, I believe, with the F-100D Super Sabres they switched to, there was what was the word I'm looking for? They by the way, they funded that with Jean Maison being present, and a couple of major people that were there, even the mayor. And this is where they had almost like a naming ceremony, and they were called Statue de la Liberté, which is on their badge today. It's amazing. So that's why they're called the Statue of Liberty Wing. It's because of that move from there. So without further ado, let's show you the F-100. So their aircraft is getting faster and faster. They became the first USAF wing to operate the F-100, the Super Sabre. There you go, in that metal. So it's pretty cool. But things didn't last long in France, because they did move. But in 58, they became the 48th Tactical Fighter Wing. So the squadrons became the TFS. So the 492nd Tactical Fighter Squadron. So they arrived on the same year that the Beatles formed. They came here on the 15th of January 1960, and they moved here. So they moved with the LR, LS and LT tail codes. It didn't have LN just yet, so the second letter denominated the squadron. All right, so LR was the R was the 492nd, LS was the 493rd, and LT was the 494th. And you can see an LT with a red tail flash at Newark Air Museum as well. Pretty amazing. And in the late 60s, it's apparently is when they changed it to bare metal. In 1972, they were equipped with their first ever twin jet engine aircraft, the F4. There we go. lovely, but this only lasted for about 5 years because in 1977 they switched to another aircraft, but they got rid of that that second letter system and changed it to LK, but it was only for 1 year. And Henk Verheul, Phantom Fanatic, one of our members, has got a photo of Phantoms with LK, but in 73 they changed it to LN, the tail code that we know quite, you know, quite romantically here. LN, the tail code for Lakenheath. They then switched in 1977 to this, the F-111 Aardvark, the swept wing. Amazing, isn't it? How cool is that? I can hear aircraft. Talk history, get aircraft. What we got? On the overhead, they're quite high up actually. I'll wait for them to get a bit lower. So the Aardvarks took them right until 1991 when they finished up with the Aardvark. The last one left in December 92, and it was the era of the Eagles. But one thing I do need to mention, when they were equipped with the F-111 Aardvark in 1977, that, my friends, is the return of the 495th. The Thundervarks, the 495th, finally reunited with the 48th, and that was in 1977. But in 1991 they became inactive again for the second time, and this time we didn't see them for another 30 years. And in those 30 years, well, they arrived with this. God, this looks good. But 1992 saw the arrival of the F-15E Strike Eagle, and 94 the arrival of the F-15C with the 493rd. 15th of December 2021, the Valkyries, the 495th, came with this. Ooh, yeah. amazing are these. The F-35 is just an amazing aircraft. And credit to the pilots. Wind's picked up here. It's really nasty. So we've got more just coming in now. You've enjoyed today, and if you have as well, please hit that like button as well. Do subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. Oh, look at this. Today it's blowing right down. If you have a look at the windsock there, straight across the runway, as in dissecting it. Oh, look at this, look at this. That's what I'm talking about. could be it, unless I've seen 134 return. It's about now that it gets quite nasty out here now when the sun just disappears. Let's have a look. Another one. Oh, starting to come back now. It is very nippy. That's probably the right word. If that, it's sharp, cold, like a prawn cocktail razor crisp. Yeah, prawn cocktail crisp, razor sharp. In an Armani suit. That's how sharp cold it is. I have no idea what I just said. I'm freezing here. Really? I don't think we're going home. I mean, I'm freezing to death here. There's more! I think it's going to have to be the kebab shop on the way home. Oh my word. To be mindful, there is a storm coming later on, but I don't think it's till about 5ish, so gone in. Just focus up on it. Oh, well, there we go. I think we're all good and done, ladies, gents and teddy bears. I think we're all complete for the day. Ted Coningsby is bad. I've got nothing done today. I've just been sat here eating, drinking and watching. Yeah, we do apologise for the world market. The economy boosts around the world and the markets go up when we're on the weekends, but sorry about that. But this is a good one. This is a very good day, and we are pretty much just about to wrap this up then, I think, Teddy. I think Ted and I are pretty much wrapped this up. Yep, let's wrap it up then, Ted. Well, we can now go into our weekend. Whew. And in a nick of time, because I think it's freezing up here. I don't think we're going to get a very nice sunset, to be honest. I think it's just going to get dark very quickly and very cold. I'm struggling to hold the camera there, actually. But there we go. Right, Ted, come on, mate, let's finish up for the day, mate. But we're all good. Listen, first of all, 48 Fighter Wing, thank you for owning the skies. Oh yeah, loving it today. Very good, very good. So all good. Thank you very much to the 48 Fighter Wing, and I hope you have a great weekend, well-earned rest, and keep up the great work from all of us at the Ted Coningsby channel. Just quickly, Rapcon, the 48's LN control tower there. Goodness me, they had their work cut out. But I do believe it is they do like it, they do enjoy it. They do like an 8 to 12 hour shift, and wow, it can get quite fun up there when you have lots in the circuit, I bet. But thank you to all of the 48 Fighter Wing, and of course our members and our fans. Thank you so much for tuning in today. Hope you've all enjoyed today. It was a great Friday today, and big salute to all of you. Thank you very much. So I want you to have the best weekend possible, and do enjoy yourself, and enjoy it. Oh, whatever you did last weekend, make it even better. Mind you, last weekend we were going into the Ted party, so I'm not sure if we can beat that, actually, saying that. But anyway, hope you enjoyed it. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and you've been watching the Ted Coningsby channel live here at Lakenheath. So for the last time for the week, it is see you soon. I wish you well. See ya! Nope. Hit the button, Ted, hit the button. Put the kettle on as well. Put the kettle on and all. Oh yeah, ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah. Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level Fighter Squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.